Hi, happy Monday. Animal of the day is a pronghorn. They are the fastest land animal in North America, which is pretty cool. For my Lego, we're starting the Julian birthday party. We're making Julian. So I'm gonna put his little party hat on his head. His eyes are closed. Interesting. Is that how he looks normally? I don't remember. Here's his little galaxy shirt. Which isn't actually a galaxy? I don't even know what that's supposed to be. And his feet. So cute. I like Julian. I've only had him once. And I think it was for a very brief moment in time. I think I deleted my island soon after I got him. You know how some people do the Wordle when they start their stream? What if I did... Oh, that's not. What if I did Sudoku? I'm addicted to Sudoku. Is that how you say it? I don't know. I don't even know how to say it. I was looking at this board before I started and hello, how do I no, I want a one there. The one goes there and also here. Think. I know the one goes in that spot. Can you see my cursor? You can. Also, why this was a lot smaller when I put it on my screen. Hello. Confusion. I don't know. Whatever. Um, that's all I saw, to be honest. Why is it showing me a 5? I'm not doing it wrong because there's a 5 right there and a 5 right there. Okay, those are all the ones, I think. Um, um, those are all done over there. Wait, how are there two? What? Oh, because I did that. Whoopsies, I don't know how to do it on this app, this game, I don't know. I can't go there. This is a lot harder when it's not in a book. I got like a little book that I've been doing them in. I need a 3 somewhere. Why are there no 3s anywhere? I don't like this online thing. I'm confused. 9 there, 9 there. And 9 in the middle. Why does it have to be in the middle? That doesn't help me. No, why is it doing it like that? Stop it. I'm gonna put the 9 there. And then I'm gonna put a 9 here. I don't know. And then one here. And one here. I don't know. Is that right? None of them are touching. Why are there dots next to this? Why is it doing that? I really don't like how there's no threes anywhere. Wait. This is automatically wrong because I need a 6 there. Great. Did I put that there? Okay. Big one goes there. No. Is that why there's a dot there? I'm confused. The one has to go here. Why is it showing me a dot? I don't want to do this anymore. I don't like the online version. Okay, well, I give up. Where is my Switch controller? I give up. I don't like online Sudoku. I only like doing it in a book where I can take notes. It's a lot easier that way. Let me get my app opened. I don't really know where to go shrine hunting. Because now every time I try to find one, it's like in a cave and I can't find it. Unable to connect. Why? I guess I'm gonna go towards the thing that I marked because I'm pretty sure there's a shrine there. I think I actually saw the shrine with my eyes. I feel like there's a Korok right here. There's one in the lake. Is it in here? I'm on top of it. I know you're in here. I don't know how to get it, if that's where it is. Unless, is it in the tree? I don't know. Well, I know there's one there. Also, to those who care about Pokemon, I removed Pokemon from my schedule. I'm so sorry. I just know that I am not in the headspace to enjoy Pokemon, because honestly, I don't really like Pokemon that much. I'm so sorry. I see the shrine. Call me when they make another Pokemon game like Legend CA, then I'll play it. Hi, Beetle. Can I talk to you? Don't think I need anything else. Thank you, Beetle. There's a hidden Korok somewhere over here. Are they in this? I'm gonna have to look up how to do that. I don't know. Please don't be a combat shrine. Please don't be a combat shrine. Please don't be a combat shrine. I'm not ready. Why do you go backwards? What the heck? What does that mean? Is this Jenga? What's happening? There's 2 chests in here. Can I just have that? Why is there just Jenga in here? Give me- I fell. Should I go over here? That probably wasn't a good idea. I don't know why I did that. I just took the whole foundation out. I can do that one. And that one. The chest fell. Okay. How am I supposed to get the ball? Couldn't I just ascend? Oh. Okay. Why did I do that again? I wanted that one. I'm gonna keep it this time. I think I have to. I've heard of that Pokemon before. But why am I not seeing it in my head? Also, I have my OBS in the wrong spot. How do you spell it? My nose is running. It's like a pink bird. I actually like it. 1 second. I want to know my Pokemon. I don't know who that is. Arctozolt. Eh. It's one of those booger, Nintendo booger characters. Which is honestly relatable. As I just had to wipe my nose. What do I do with this? I have that back. I'm not even gonna worry about the chest. Okay, I'm a little silly. You have to light the leaves on fire to get the Koroks. Of course it's raining. Yeah, okay. I don't even know why I tried that. I'm gonna go in this well because that's something I need to do. Water quality good. Moss growth limited. Bright caps present. Alright, that's everything. I'll jot it down. Huh? What are you doing in a place like this? Although I'm in a place like this. Hey, you wouldn't happen to be a well enthusiast, would you? Of course. I thought so. My name's Farah. I have a deep love of wells, too. Wells are endlessly fascinating. Their damp environment, their unique systems of life, how they stay cool when it's hot outside. Well, enthusiasts just get it. The appeal of a good well, that is. My dream is to travel around to every single well throughout Hyrule. After scouring all of the ancient texts I could find on the subject, I've learned that there are 58 wells. Sadly, I haven't been able to identify their exact locations. But if you have any interest in wells, then maybe you could help me. Would you tell me any well locations you know of? I'm not sure. Really? That's fantastic. Alright then, tell me everything. I think I've been in some before. 6 of them. Thank you. Ooh, fairies. Get me. That one flew away. I think it came in too fast. Well, I have one. Does that count? Did I do it? I don't know where the wells are. Where are the wells? Yes, okay. I went up 2%. Swap link. Still raining. Still sprinkling. Stop raining. Please stop raining. You're on the sun. The sun is literally lit up in the bottom right corner. Please. Well, it lit some stuff on fire. What the heck? Yeah, haha. There's one by this lake. Not there. Oh. Yeah, haha. Okay. Oh, the choo-choo. I'm gonna keep going this way. I just want to cross the path. Should I go over there? I don't know if I want to do a labyrinth. I think that's what that is. Other way. Right here. Oh, great. Do you want me to just fill that in? No. Please turn the way I want you. There we go. That kind of just popped in there. I didn't really do that. Thankfully it did. Because I'm not good at those. Oh my god. I was about to get those apples. Oh my god. Are there 2 Octoroks? There are. Oh my god, I can hear the kissing noise. Is this the Korok? No. What? I don't know where it is. Just over here. There's bananas right here. This certainly isn't a trap. Hee hee, the noble swordsman, scrounging for scraps. You fell for the oldest trick in the book. Your life ends today. Right. Early. That wasn't a trick. Oh, okay, well, that was easy. Where are these guys coming from? Where is this Korok? Is it in this tree? Link. Link! I don't think so. something? No. These Octoroks. Oh my god. That's not what I wanted, but... Where are you at? Here. Where are the- how- what? Korok, where are you? What was that? Oh. Oh, it's right here. What the heck? How did I not see that? There's a shrine over here. Look at that shrine. And if I'm that close to the labyrinth, who knows? Maybe I'll do it. Oh, great. They weren't supposed to see me. It's getting scary up here. Am I not supposed to go up here? Am I gonna die? Oh my god. Oh great. Oh great! There's 3 of them now. Okay. Can I just pass through? Oh, I got a voice memory.
Ancient tech lab was originally a lighthouse Guardians destroyed. Apparently, Pura and Robbie later converted it into a lab. They claim its proximity to ruins is why they chose this place, but I think the real reason they settled here was to discourage visitors. Their research was dangerous after all.
Got a notification right at the end. I don't know if I want to go in here right now. Oh, there was a Korok somewhere right here. Can I lose these? No. Okay, well. That looked like a bombable wall to me. It looks scary down here. Why is it so dark? So it's gonna be a hard shrine. Flotational brilliance. What? Oh, it's connected to that, right? I can't use this in the water, silly me. What is this ball for, though? That can just run its course. I tried to stop it. Oh, there's other- do I even need this? I do need this. I only need one of these. Okay. I didn't even see a chest in here. I'm still not at 50% shrines. How am I supposed to get back up there? Do I want to go over there? I don't know. Am I gonna make this? Can he stand here is the real question. No, he cannot. Can I climb the side of that? Oh great, you do have to go up. I don't know if I want to do that right now. Oh no. There are so many freaking Koroks on my map. Why would they put so many? I'll go here. My nose is running again. So, 1 second. My throat has been killing me, like, for the past 2 weeks. My nose only runs when I'm streaming, though. It doesn't run when I'm not streaming. I'm going towards Korok. Okay, up here. Why are there so many Octoroks? I don't know why I thought that was a normal rot. Oh, hey. Dude, what is happening? Why is he not... Is this guy, like, special for some reason? Confusion. Oh, they got him. What the heck? Why couldn't I get him? Can you stop throwing stuff at me? Does this... What's happening? Who hit him? Someone hit him again. Even the Master Sword's not doing anything. Okay. Someone get him. Oh my god. Oh, now he wants to be normal. Oh, he got me. The stupid thing to use the fairy on. Why are you so special? Why didn't you die? What? Is there something else chasing me? Something else is chasing me. From where? Let me eat something. I have no food. I thought I cooked food. Why are you shooting at me? Where did you come from? I didn't need to do that. I don't want this. Stop it. There's something else chasing me now. How is the Korok not under there? In the little nook. I'm so sorry. Is this a Korok? What is that? Hydrate, Jared. I have clearly Canadian because they sell this here now, apparently. I didn't even know they still made it. It's better when it's not cold. Because then it doesn't taste like sparkling water. Who is Laren? Oh. I know who the Aaron one is. I got them at Target. I got the peach ones. Okay, well, I got the Korok. They had strawberry, cherry, peach, and blackberry, I think. I shouldn't have got peach because the only alcoholic drink other than the jello shot that I had at the wedding was peach, and it tastes exactly like it. So it's kind of gross. But I've, like, seen them on people's, you know, bring these snacks back before, so I thought they just didn't make them anymore. I'm going back over here now that I know how to get the Korok. And then there's 3 Koroks up by the Yiga clan thing that I was near. Don't, that kind of scares me. Oh, great. Dang it. Just leave me alone. I want to get the Korok. And then I'll go. Four links on fire. I'm at 5% Koroks now. My app froze. Literally just use it and it froze. Why? Why? Where's this at? Okay, we can go down there. We'll go to this one. I already have 4 light things, so I could just go get a heart. But, like, I'm already over here. The Gleeok. I don't need the heat resistance. I want my good hat back on. I don't see any. Oh, there's one. Oh, I had the unicorn frappe this weekend. I liked it. It was pretty good. And I also tried the new Red Bull drink at McDonald's. That one was also good. Where'd it go? Oh, I got it. On top of it. Where'd it go that time? Oh. Yeah, haha. I'm getting a feeling that this one's gonna be a combat shrine. There's a Korok somewhere in that area. Oh my god, he's naked. It is a combat shrine. Why did I say anything? Is it? It doesn't look like one. But I am naked, so... Okay, it is. I shouldn't have said anything. I jinxed myself. Great, I just made him aware I existed. Scared. There's nowhere to hide in here. Oh, they all know I exist. Oh my god, he's right there. Help! I don't like when they do that. Please stop. Everyone just calm down. Just calm down, please. Oh, he got me. You have arrows, please. Dang it. I don't have any arrows. That means I have to go up to them. Oh my god. Hey. Not the fire. Please, not the fire. Please. Hold on. Just let me go up here, please. There's nothing up here to help me. I don't want this plane right now. I need arrows. Please don't light me on fire. I'll do it while Link's on the floor because I don't think anything happens when he's there. Okay. Oh, he got me. Come on, Link, get up. Link, thank you. I'm probably gonna die. I really need arrows. Are those the last two left? Maybe there's arrows in these boxes. Nothing. Okay. Why did they barely give me arrows? I'm gonna see if I can run them over. Oh, he saw me. Why can't I go backwards? Okay, do I have to just make a whole loop around the place? Come on, stay over there. I'm coming back. Don't worry. Why are you in the corner? I can't hit you! I'm not good at driving. Get up. Why did the other one die, but you're not dying? Ah! Okay. I did it. My ads are starting soon. Maybe I should have taken that plane and hit them with the plane. I'm not very good at controlling the plane though, for some reason. I don't know if getting all the shrine chests counts to 100%ing this game. I'm at 49% shrines now. Why did you zoom in there? Right now I don't know where I am. There I am. Okay, my ads are running. I'm gonna take a break. I will be right back. I'm back. I was posting a short because I forgot to post it before stream. Okay. This way. See if I can find this other shrine. Why are my Joy-Cons always dying? And why is it always one that's dying? Why? And why did it have to notify me as soon as I came back from the break? They have a chest. Actually, I could just use... Where is she? Oh. Great. I don't know why I didn't see that coming. I forgot that I have to get on him. Hey, where are you going? Why do you have a rock? Don't pick up a rock. No, I want this. I don't know. Never seen that weapon before. Great. I had to do this around the water. It's in the mountain? What? Oh, there's ducks in the water. Oh my god, it's so far away. There's no way I'm getting this over there. Oh, got a voice memory.
Adopted the name policy from its predecessor, Bolson Construction. all employees must have a name that ends in son. There is technically one exception, though. A man named Haggy supposedly introduced himself as Haggy's son in his interview, which Hudson mistook for Haggy's son.
Thank you, Zelda. I thought it might be valuable when I picked it up, but then it started glowing. Ugh, creepy. This is a seriously weird rock. I gotta hurry and find some sucker too. Heading to the construction site, eh? There's a small fee to use the rail car. I'll collect that. Okay. Well. 1 p.m. Okay, sure. The controls are simple. Just give it a whack to either start or stop it. I am interested in the rock. I have to buy it from you? Hey, what are you doing? Are you trying to sell random junk for outrageous prices again? Look at that thing. It's basically just a really big piece of flint. I'd call 60. No, 50 rupees more than fair price. But I already set an absolutely fair price, and he might have... Okay, no need for the stern wife look. Well, what do you say? It's a real deal at just 50 rupees. I'll take it. What? He's actually gonna buy this weird rock I found? It's my lucky day. That's great. You have a good eye, sir. This is definitely a very valuable rock, so you've made a wise purchase. And now, this rock belongs to you. No refunds. I'll place it in the back for whenever you're ready to take it to its new home. Another voice memory.
This track facilitates transit from the village to the work area. It is not a complex creation, relying on the height difference to send the rope and pulley down the rails. However, it is only one way, so a person would have to walk back along the perimeter to reach the village. I wonder if Sheikah technology could improve this.
Is this gonna take me the right way? No, I want to go the other way. Oh, well, I guess it is this way. Never mind. No, stop. Oh, well, I broke it. I'm so sorry. What do you think you're doing? You're welcome to ride it, but can you be more careful? You're not the only one who uses it. I'll fix it up, just hang on. 2. The Zonai device isn't broken. Up next, this goes like this. There. I'm so sorry. Can I have my rock, though? Do I have to go back up? It was a cinch to fix, but ease up so it doesn't break again, will you? Where did my rock go? It's back up there. The heck? Okay, I'm gonna use the torch this time so I don't break it. This is pretty slow. It is cool, though. Is it supposed to be this slow? What if I can grab the rock on the way? Link, he almost fell. Voice memory.
Apparently, when the water levels in Torin wetland receded and solid ground emerged, Hudson Construction decided to build a workspace here. That workspace has come to be the main site for producing the building materials used in our restoration efforts. I'm excited to see how this place flourishes.
There's so many voice messages. Don't hit it. Why not? Had to stop it.
But designs can always be worked around. At least I hope. How do I get inside? I need to activate it somehow.
Build something.
I thought I made it clear that I'm not in need of an escort. It seems I'm the only one with
I already broke
it
it once. That's why I used a torch instead. I don't know. There's something flat I can use over here. Can I use the sled in the water? I'll try. Actually, I don't think this is gonna work, because I think I tried to get a Korok over water with this, and it didn't work. Please work. Just for a few seconds, please. Bruh. What happened? Link! Link, please. Oh my god, Link. He's stressing me out. Very slowly getting it over there. Hold on, new idea. Hi, Lava Rider, how are you? That's not gonna work. Like, please, just control it for a second. Please. Please, Link. Oh my god, you're stressing me out. Link. I just want to get it closer to the big mountain. Oh, great. Blood moo. Link, you're really stressing me out. What if I get behind it? Can I push it? No.
When the glow of the blood-stained moon shines upon the land, the aimless spirits of slain monsters return to flesh. The world is threatened once again.
That sucks. Nobody attacked me. Why is that guy in the water? Maybe I should have built an airplane. Like, Get up here. Link, please. Link! Oh my god, why won't he stand on things? My Dragon's dying. Congratulations to your wife. I've beat Breath of the Wild twice. I did a normal playthrough and then I did a deathless playthrough, which took me like 5 days. Because I was kind of like speedrunning it. Not speedrunning, but trying to beat it in a short amount of time. While also doing a deathless. Link. He's really stressing me out. Was I? Who's your wife? Oh my goodness. Link. I'm getting it closer and closer. I just need to get it to the mountain so I can move it. I don't think he can reach it. It's going too far underwater. Why? Stop going on underwater. Still don't think I can reach it. Give me these fish. I need to make food. There's no way I can reach them. Why does the water have to be so deep? Why can't I just push it from the back? Can I, like, put something else in the water that I can stand on? Not if I'm in the water. Why? This is so rude. Oh my god, Link. This is horrible. Glenn, please. Why are we going this way now? I need you to go towards the mountain, not towards the waterfall. Link. Oh my god. Hi, Wild Pants, how are you? I still think it's too far. 3 streams, yay! It is too far. I'm good. I'm frustrated with Link because he won't do what I- Why are you going this way? Stop! He won't go towards the mountain. No matter what direction I take him in, he won't go towards the mountain. I just want to push this thing. I'm trying to control it. He needs his girlfriend. Why won't this lay flat? Oh my god, Link. Link. Link! Do what I want you to do, please. Oh my god. Link, please. I hate building! Hi, welcome in. I don't know why that starts at 0, I'm so sorry. If you'd stop dropping it, Link, please. Oh god, whatever. Can I control it? That works a little bit longer. Why does this work? I don't understand this game. Finally. Give me that. Stop. I give you my whole boat. I got 50% shrines now, which is crazy, and I'm at 27% progress. Yay, a diamond that I'm gonna sell to buy arrows. A video of Link screaming? What? I have 6 light thingies. There's a shrine over here somewhere. I'm gonna try to find that. It's near Tingle Island. I love Tingle and Linebeck. They're my favorite Zelda characters. Linebeck's my #1. I don't know if anyone could ever beat him for first place. He's the best. Well, you don't have to shoot them. Oh great, it's one of those things. I don't want to fight you, actually. I'm so good, thank you. Oh, I'm near a Korok. No, I'm not. I passed it. Oh, well, I'm not even on the right part of the land. Okay. Oh, I see it. I see a Korok, not the shrine that I'm looking for. Bruh. How? Good. There's no way. There's no way. I'm gonna die. Oh. Okay. I somehow didn't die. But I'm going to. What the heck, Link? Put it on the ground. It started raining. Was it raining the whole time? Oh my god. Well. Oh, there's the shrine. I'm blind. I'll wait for it to stop raining. Please don't be a combat shrine. Please don't be a combat shrine. It's not. What? Oh, okay. Well, now I'm down here. That could have crushed me. Oh, I have to... Ow. Please don't crush me. Yay. I don't understand this one. I just grab it? Me. What the heck, Link? Link, I really need to get on this thing. I don't get this one. How do I make it bounce higher? No. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. That's not really what I wanted to happen. I don't know how to do this one. No, I didn't. Okay, whatever. I don't know. How do I time it any other way? I don't get it. Oh, please don't run me over. Please don't run me over. I understand that my battery is low. I can't grab it. It's probably so obvious. What the heck, Link? Oh, I got it. That didn't work. Okay. I don't know. What the heck? I don't understand how to bounce it any other way. Please don't run me over. What's the shrine called? I'm looking it up because I don't get it. It's gonna be so obvious and I'm gonna feel so stupid. Because that's how it always is. It is recall. I don't... What? I don't get it. Get out. I don't understand it. Even looking at the walkthrough, I don't understand it. They're standing like right here. What? It says to... Don't get it. Can I get a video, maybe? I'm not understanding it with words. Or pictures. That is so loud. No, not the volume. What? Okay, well that one's not right. I missed. Why? There we go. That was horrible. I don't like the shrine. Okay. Thank you to Perfect Score on YouTube for having a video of that. I need one more shrine and then I can get 2 hearts. For some reason, I never got my other heart. Okay, the rock is over here. It's not raining. I have to be quick because it's about to start raining again. There's a chest right here. How did I not see that? For the torch. Okay. No, not that. I need wood. And I'm going to light that on fire. And then... Hello. Do I have pine cones? Go, Link, go! Go! I still don't think I'm getting it. Oh, great, I ran out of stamina. Link, please. It's raining now! Oh my god. Whatever. That is so rude. Now it's not raining? Am I under something that's causing it? I don't know. That's crazy. That Korok can stay hidden. I don't care. Can I reach that? No. Oh, it's raining again. Beautiful. I'm leaving. I'm gonna find somewhere else to go. There's a shrine over there. Hopefully it's not hidden. So I'm gonna get my heart. Yeah. My nose is running. 1 second. I don't know why my nose only runs when I'm streaming. It's very annoying. Link. Why? Why did he get stuck on the little baby tree? I didn't mean to do that. I think that's a Korok in the middle. I have already gotten like a good amount of Koroks today. I might have to visit Hestu. Need the shrine, but it has to stop raining, please. That wasn't the Korok? Where is it? There's a Korok, like, right here. What is that noise? Oh, hey. Oh, it's up there. What the heck? The likes are so annoying. They're so weird in this game. You know what? I'll take it over one of those, just because I like the way it looks. Yahaha. No, there's one here. Go away. Can you please hit him? Thank you, Link. This one's simple. If I remember to let go of the turning button. Now we go to the shrine. Which I've lost. Where did it go? I saw it. Where did it go? That's not it. Am I crazy? Think. Wasn't that one over there? It was so much closer. We'll mark that though. Am I insane? So many tomatoes. I feel crazy. the heck? Where's the shrine? I know my battery is low. Please shut up. I swear I saw a shrine right in front of my face. Was it in here? No. I'm confused. This is insane. My battery died. Well, my ads are gonna run in like 10 minutes, so I'm gonna run them now and get a new Joy-Con. I will be right back. My app isn't connecting to my Switch. I'm trying to activate voice guidance, but my Switch won't connect. Unable to connect. Okay, well, I've restarted the app like 5 times. So that's beautiful. Oh, now it wants to connect. Okay. Did it know I was on a break? Guidance activated. Proceed south. Okay. I'm proceeding south. Oh, I see a Korok. Southeast. This way. Right? Oh, it wasn't even an actual shrine. Is that it? I don't know. Let me get this first. Girl, hold on. I'm getting a Korok. Where'd it go? Hello. I don't like these ones. I never know where it goes. Oh. Girl, hold on. Northeast and downward. Okay. Well, I guess I am crazy because I swear I saw a shrine. Oh boy, that startled me. I didn't expect to see anyone else here. Did you also come here in search of the treasure after hearing about the ancient manuscript from Coda? I'm looking for a shrine. Oh, is that not it? Then you just happened upon this place, huh? I'm here with Finley. She's the best person I've ever met, so there's no better person to hunt for treasure with. Back in Zora's domain, Finley's mother Coda showed us an ancient manuscript. You won't believe what it said. Long, long ago at Tarn Point, a blessed stone was hidden away within a sacred shrine. It was a magnificent shrine that was overflowing with blessings. That's what it said, or something like that at least. I know it's an ancient manuscript and all, but the writing lacked clarity, if you ask me. It was a bit skeptical at first. But come on, it's a sacred shrine. If I was going to hide treasure, that's exactly where I'd leave it. Crosby, come here. Finley was so convinced that she declared treasure hunt ahoy. Next thing I knew, she'd left Zora's domain. Crosby! I'm giving him a perk pop. Crosby! Crosby, I got a perk pop! He's not listening. Okay. He's not coming over here. She was so excited, and where Finley goes, I go. So here I am. We made it all the way to this cave as a team. But then Finley swam ahead all by herself and went deep inside the cave. Don't lag behind, she hollered back at me. Easier said than done, I'm afraid. Finley thinks I'm capable of anything. She really is such a sweetheart. I've been training like mad, but I'm just not a very good swimmer. I found a perfect little raft there and thought maybe I could ride it to her location. Nope, the water in this cave goes up and down drastically, so even if you manage to get going, you end up on a rock. That means I have no way forward, so I'm not sure what to do. I promised Finley, of course we'll find the treasure together. Anything for you. That's what I said. Ugh, what should I do? Do I just have to drive it? Girl! My app keeps talking to me. Stop it. Can I do this? Do I even need this if I have the sail? What's your deal again? I am gonna help you. Hold on to your horses, because I'm not good at driving. Oh, great. You are so dramatic. Nothing was gonna happen to you.
Hi.
That's crazy. He was perfectly fine. Go. He was onto something. This is kind of annoying. Why? You're not gonna sink. It was gonna bounce back up. Oh my god. How do I get this thing to stop talking to me?
Hi.
You have to get it together. I'm gonna trap you in a box so you don't know what's happening. Because it seems like that's the only thing I can do. Oh my god, here we go. I've done that every single time, but okay. Can I go to the shrine on my own, or does he have to go there with me?
Hi.
I assume he has to go with me. Get behind it. This is my least favorite character in any game I've ever played. What's your name? He's banned from my chat.
Hi.
Get on the raft, please. I'm under it. I guess I have to do this the hard way. And actually wait for this stuff. I think I can go to that shrine on my own. I could have left you behind. There's a chest. I'm just gonna push it. and these rocks better not push him up. Oh my god, I'm gonna... Please. Please don't do anything to him. Please don't go underwater. Thank you. We did it. I'm finally here. Thank you. You're welcome. Suzanne, look at you. You're so pale. Are you alright?
Oh.
I'm fine, really. So sorry I kept you waiting. Look at that, Suzanne. There's a stone emitting a mysterious light. Could this be the sacred shrine that houses the blessed stone written in the ancient manuscript? Why can I not read? But I don't see any treasure like I was imagining. How disappointing. Finley, we journeyed to this cave all the way from Zor's domain in search of treasure. It was really tough, but now the two of us have the memory of seeing the sacred shrine together. It means more to me than any treasure ever could. Suzanne, our little treasure hunt, it was a blast. I'll never forget it. You're right, this memory is the greatest treasure of all, truly. He's not even gonna go in. Thank you so much for bringing me all the way out here. It's because of you that Finley and I have this treasured memory. Oh, that reminds me, I need to reward you. Take this, please, I insist. Thank you. I picked this up along the journey to the cave. I'd be overjoyed if it helped you out in some way. Oh, I have something for you too. Here, take this. Thank you. Just like Suzanne, I found this on my way here. It matches his. What a great day, Finley. How about we head back to Zor's domain? I can't wait to tell Coda. The story from that ancient manuscript was real. That sounds delightful. However, let's be sure to hold hands as we swim back so that we don't get separated again. That sounds difficult, but if it's what you want, sure thing. Let's please just take it nice and easy on the way back. He didn't even go in. That's crazy. Thank God it's a blessing. Next time I go to sell my gems and stuff, I'm gonna be rich. Yay, now I can get 2 hearts. More stamina. I don't know. I can't go out of here. I'm going to Winter Island. Because there is a rock there. Maybe, if I can get there. Is that it all the way out there? That little thing? Oh no, it's right here, I think. There is something over there. I see it. No, Tulin, move. Whoever was next to me. Bye. Okay, now I'm gonna go Dorito. If anyone wants a visual of how many Koroks, only hidden Koroks I have left. It's still completely covering my map. There are so many. I probably don't even have a quarter of them. Didn't mean to do that. Can I get the second row of hearts now? Is it gonna go all the way over? Yay! I finally got the second row. Finally. I've been waiting for this day. Where the heck is this Korok at? What? I don't know where this Korok is. Oh, it's up there. I'm not making that. It is up at the top. Wait, I have to go this way. I'm going up. I normally come here and go down. I go up. Have I ever been up here? Aw, he's cute. There's a Korok in the water somewhere. I know, it's on this thing. Finding a lot of them under rocks after thinking that they were never going to be under them. I'm so sorry. Is that what I'm looking for? That's not what I'm looking for, but it is also a Korok. Link. Maybe I should have gotten more stamina. Oh, he wants to make it. Now I have to get on this. Can't climb this? Rude. I get on that big one. Or is it that one? I'm gonna teleport back to the shrine. I'm clearing up a little tiny circle of the map. If I zoom out, I can tell that I've gotten a lot right there. Turn around. Maybe I should go to the top of Rito again. I like the music here. Someone on TikTok said that the music in these games is not memorable, and I disagree with that. I mean, I think it's not as memorable as other Zelda music tracks, but like the Divine Beast themes in Breath of the Wild are pretty memorable. This one. Must be a flower. Are you behind here? Where's the Korok? Literally in the middle. Am I blind? Is it up here somewhere? Do I have to put this up here? That's interesting. That's the first time I've ever had to do that, I think. Fun. Now all of the Koroks in the middle of this lake are gone. Crosby, do you want this purr pop? Crosby. I have a purr pop open for you. He took the whole thing. How does that keep happening? He took the entire heart off of the stick. Is the Korok in the tree? I think he is. I think he's under this rock. I added Korok to my new title. I think this one is above me. In here. I don't think it's in here. So many Koroks under these rocks today. I'm gonna go in here now. I wanted those lizards, but okay. I think there's a shrine in here. There's a shrine, like, kind of close by. Oh, it's right here, right in front of me. Hi, Hero Guesser, how are you? Lever power, can I? My app broke. I was literally just touching it and oh, there it goes. I'm at 7% hidden Koroks and 51% shrines now. It has been more fun. I like exploring. And I've done all 4 of the dungeons now. I just have the boss to do. Which I probably won't do this week. I don't think that's something I'm gonna accidentally wander into. I have to put this here, I think. Maybe. I can't go up here. You won't let me do that? That's rude. You ruined my idea. I assume I have to hit them at the same time. So there's a door up there. How am I supposed to get that? Maybe I don't hit them at the same time? That doing nothing? Okay. got one of them. Do I make it longer? This way. I did a shrine earlier that confused me so bad. And it was actually pretty simple once I figured it out. Once I googled it and watched a video. It was like a big ball dropping on this platform with a spring, and then I had to rewind the spring I missed. I'm gonna try it again. If it doesn't work. Oh, I got it. Okay. Now I have to do that to myself, I think. That was a weird angle. You're telling me I have to do that and get all the way up there? How do I do that? Maybe I don't stand in this. That's horrible. I almost had it. I was trying to use Tulin. Tulin isn't here right now. Ow! I was almost there. I don't think I was supposed to be able to do that. I don't know how I got up here. Is there a chest up there? Wait, can I ascend? In here? No. Oh wait, there's the chest. Now I have to figure out how to get back up there. Or I could just do this. That honestly could have been it. I went really far up. Thank you. What if I attach this to the end and then I stand in it? Will this help? I did it. I had to stand in the bowl. Needed to be a little bit longer. My app broke again. Now there's like nothing around me. What if I go here? There are so many Koroks near the castle. There's a Korok somewhere over here. I'm like on it, so it must be under me. Oh, I found it. Can I please use this end? I have 35 Korok seeds right now. Don't want to be attacked by the trees, please. I'm gonna go in as well. Oh, wow. I'm glad it gives me arrows. And I need that. I definitely need to figure out the fairy. Uh-oh, Crosby's making weird noise. Hold on, I'll be right back. I don't know what his problem was. He sounded so sad. I go over there. He's just standing in the middle of the dining area. With this bomb flower. So I guess the points of this well are just to tell that person about them. I don't know. There's a Korok where this path breaks up. There's also an Addison, I think is his name. I haven't found one of these in a while. I don't think I did any of these last stream, because I couldn't find them. Oh my god, he sounds so sad. Crosby? I know that's gonna fall too far for his liking, so I'm gonna put this in there. Maybe that'll work. Thank you. Hi, I am Korok hunting. And shrine hunting. Where's this Korok? He must be somewhere underground because I don't see a way to get him. There were no cave entrances near here, so... I don't know. Am I blind? I don't see anything shining or anything. Okay, well, I'm gonna not do that one then. I had to sneak up on him. I think there's a Korok up here. No, that's the last thing that I need to do. But I don't think I'm gonna do that this week. I feel like I'm not prepared for it yet. Let me get this. Gimme. Where'd it go? Oh, I'm blind. Did it go down again? I don't like the flower ones. I never find them. But, oh, it's right behind me, okay. I'm definitely not ready for it. You do not have to go down this ladder. Okay, well. Why were there so many? I need to figure out the fairies. Because... I don't know, I get killed in like one hit. I couldn't even fight the Gleeok because it would kill me so easily. Thank you. I'm using the Nintendo app for like little stuff like this. No, I did not. I tried to fight it 3 times. Link. Can you not climb this? Okay. I tried my best and it killed me. Maybe after I find a fairy. Or figure out how to unlock the fairy. What a weird angle, Link. I don't know if I did that. I probably used something on the arrows, but I don't know specifically what. I'm getting scary close. Stuff on the map. Where do I need to look to go? Not that way. Not that way. I don't know directions this way. My problem was when it went up in the air. I could get him up in the air and then he'd kill me. Like, I don't even think I got close enough to hit him. I was just in the air. So many Korok seeds. There's Addison again. I'm so sorry, Addison. I'm so sorry. I'm always beating him up. And the Koroks by accident. There's a thunder one nearby. I built this terribly. Please stand up. Thank you. Maybe this will work. I mean, it works. It's never even, but at least it works. Oh, what was that? I think Addison's just nice to me. He feels bad I'm not good at building in this game. I got a voice memory.
Though the central square has lain in ruins for a long time, I can still recall the bustling activity of the castle town like it was yesterday. At the center of this space was the fountain, fed by an underground waterway, though I suppose that has run dry.
Down under, in the depths. I've not done anything down there. I don't go down there. It's just kind of boring. I don't want to go down there because it's boring. The prizes. It just gives me a headache because it's so dark. Where's this Korok? He's in here somewhere. Oh, it's one of these. My wrist just popped, okay. Maybe it's not one of these. I have to build it. Never mind then. Probably under me. Where's this something? I can't tell. Oh. Maybe I'll go to the depths on Thursday. I don't really want to right now. What is the most feared enemy? I'm not sure. The Gleeok? Is that the most feared enemy? Oh, Glue Hand? Yes, I've fought them a few times. I mean, I've ran from them and I've also fought them. I'm gonna go in this in a second. I mean, I went into the Deku Tree's belly and also I've done a labyrinth. So I fought them in there too. I don't know if I had to, but I did. They're not as scary as I thought they would be. And they haven't shown up as much as I thought they would. There is a siren outside. A very scary one. Why does it sound like that? My brother's playing the same game as me. Okay. What is this? Oh, hey. Oh. I see it. I doubt I want this. Never mind. I don't have that many good weapons. I mean, where do Gloomhands even show up? The only time I think they've chased me up here is by Zora's Domain. I am not an elf. I don't know why that starts at 0. I'm so sorry. Got him. I missed, okay. That's so mean. Get him! I feel like I've been all over the map and haven't seen many. Let me go here. I have like 41 Korok seeds right now. Does Phantom Ganon always show up if I fight the hands? So 2 times I've fought them, he did. Hey, has to. Weapons. Sometimes it's only the hands? Interesting. I've definitely run from them before, but I think I have had to fight them twice. 17, Jesus. I don't really use my shield, so I don't ever upgrade this. They just disappear. That's no fun. You can put 2 shields together? I didn't know that. I don't use the fusing stuff much, so I don't know how it works. Okay. That's the last thing I can do. There's like nothing to do here. Well, I guess there is. There's shrines in here that I haven't done, I think. I hate two-handed weapons. Maybe that would make it better. I don't know if I want to be in here. I'm gonna get lost. Am I blind? Oh, it's right here. Girl. I was fixing my hair. Why did you do that? I'm totally gonna get lost. I feel like I've tried to do the shrine. Maybe not, I don't know. There it is. Oh. Rude! No touching, that's mine. But I need it. Wait, where did he come from? I don't know. Oh, right here, right in front of it. Isn't that green color of the stone so pretty? I found it myself. There's even a shimmery light coming off of it. It's super special. I want it. Huh? You can't have it. No, I found it. But if you do something for me, maybe I'll consider it. Sure. Okay, the thing is, I love golden apples, and a pretty stone is pretty, but I can't really eat it. So what? I didn't even know there were golden apples. Keep following this path and go real super far on it. You'll find a big bog called Meadow Swamp, and on the north side of the bog are trees where golden apples grow. Is this Minecraft? But there have been more monsters recently, so going there to pick them is hard now. Oh yeah. Also, the bog is bottomless, so don't fall in. As long as they're golden apples, I don't care where you get them. Please find me 5. This is so rude. Oh, wow. Okay. Cool. Oh my god. You could just ignore the monsters. Sometimes I do that. Can't he fly? Oh, well, there it is. Something's about to electrocute me. Oh, my ads are running. Okay, I'm gonna take a break. I will be right back. My ads aren't over, but the song is. Please don't do whatever that is. Oh, I fell. Okay. I wanted to use the tree to help me walk through here. I guess I didn't. I have a Discord server. I don't know if that link works because I changed the name of it. There are not safe for work sections. That's... I don't do that. Please don't, please don't, please don't. This is a whiz rope and my nose is running. 1 second. I'm back. I hate whiz robes. That's crazy. Where are you going? Link! Oh my god. Stupid motion controls. I love them, but oh my god. Oh my god, I didn't even see the choo-choo. Thank you to whoever killed him. Oh, there's still a choo-choo. Why do you have to blow up? I wonder what my brother is doing in Tears of the Kingdom right now. He's probably beat that game like 10 times. This game. He's probably 100%ed it 10 times too. I guess I could. I don't know what tips you would give me though. He kind of stresses me out. When I used to watch him play video games and I would try to help him, it would stress me out. If he sees this, I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be mean. I don't think he uses Twitch. So I can have this now? Thank you. That was easy. I thought that was gonna be like really complicated. But it was pretty easy. I only wear these when I play Zelda. If I remember. I don't always remember. Oh, I forgot I upgraded. My app froze! Nintendo, get it together. Jeez, I just want to use this app without having to close it every 5 seconds. My phone is screwed. I don't have any storage on it, that's probably what it is. And it needs a new battery. iPhone 13 with a battery health percentage of 74. It's horrible. It's because for the past 2 years that I've been streaming, I just leave it open the entire time I'm streaming. That's probably why it's so bad. But I want to go that way. I really can't go this way. I don't know how to get to this other shrine in here. Can I not go this way either? I'm never finding the shrine. I don't know how to get to it. Okay. I'm gonna leave. I have 50. Oh, I'm at 28% complete of this game if I wanted to 100% it. I've gone up 2% today, I think. It's crazy how much stuff is in this game. I just want to leave. I don't want to be here anymore, please. Thank you. I only have 5% of the TLOZs. I feel like I've fought a bunch of those. I'm gonna go in this well. Where's my guy? I'm gonna have to do it myself. I'm always blowing myself up. Is there even anything in here? This. So nice of them to let me heal after I blew myself up trying to get in there. Oh. Voice note.
I'll always remember Woodland Stable. It is where I saw the
Okay.
president of the Stable Association's grandson
They
swinging a
glitched a little
baton
bit.
around. It seems he has formed a band, gathering one musician after another. While his mannerisms are clumsy, others are enthralled by his appearance and enthusiasm. Once I have finished my investigation, I should try to see them perform.
Alright, mind going through it all one more time? Just to make sure I have all the details correct? What happened that night when the Great Fairy hid herself away? Well, we had our accident here one awful night, some time after the upheaval. We saw the Great Fairy nearby, vanished from view. It was troubling somehow. We got in our wagon to go to her. That's when it happened. Frightful, the whole thing. That's when the woman with blonde hair jumped out in front of us. Our horse bolted away, off it ran into the night. But the real tragedy, that involved one of the most crucial members of our troupe. Our beloved Breezer. Some of its wheels broke, and now we can't even transport our instruments to performances, or us. At least no one was hurt. But since that night, the Great Fairy has been hiding in her bud. She seems afraid of something. It was that woman, I tell you. She did something to the Great Fairy. She's a villain twice over. She left the scene of our tragic accident without so much as an apology. Whatever reasons the Great Fairy has for hiding herself away, we thought a performance would cheer her up. But with Breezer broken down, we can't transport our small troop or our instruments there. And the one who caused all of this was a blonde-haired woman, you say? Could that have been? Oh, hello there, partner. I didn't know you were out this way. You have perfect timing, though. Sorry to spring this on you so suddenly, but we've got work to do. These fine musicians here were just telling me an interesting tale. Apparently, the Great Fairy who lives near the stable has shut herself away in her flower bud. Why, you ask? Well, it seems to have something to do with a mysterious blonde-haired woman. My reporter instincts are calling out. Could the mystery woman be her? Could she be Princess Zelda? Of course, we can't put anything to print until we're sure it's true, so we have to talk to the Great Fairy first. Great Fairy? Asking all the right questions. Good instincts, kid. You make a decent reporter yet.
Oh.
Look way up those hills. See that big plant in the distance? The one that's spouting all that pretty stuff? That right there is the flower bud where the Great Fairy lives. They say she really likes this musical troupe, and that's why she moved near the stable recently. A Great Fairy who loves this troupe's music performances, that alone is something worth looking into. We mustn't forget that the Great Fairy bestows protective blessings on travelers. Her presence is essential to the stable. I do hope we can help her soon. If only we had a way to reach her. But Breezer is broken, and we don't go anywhere without it. Not to mention, our horse is gone. We're stuck here. Okay. I need wheels. Hi, welcome in. How are you? Why in the world would it do it like that? I'm horrible at building. That's gotta be good enough. I'm good. I'm enjoying the exploring of this game. Do I have a horse? I don't even know. Let me see Beetle. I hated this game. This is my third time trying to play it on stream. I didn't restart, but I hated it the first 2 times. I just think I wasn't in the right headspace when I tried to play it before. I've played Breath of the Wild twice.
Oh. Oh.
I have 2 horses. I never use the horses.
Oh. Hmm. Oh.
It's gotten to the point where I think I like this game more than Breath of the Wild, which is really surprising, considering I hated it before. Oh. Bruh. They never let me do what I want. I'm trying to help you.
No, no.
I can see that. They should have just made a different game. They should remake Wind Waker and not make their hair neon green. And I mean the HD version. Their hair is neon green in that game. For some reason. I'll take you. Anyone that has yellow hair in Wind Waker is neon green in the HD version to me. I hate the horses in this game. Why do you walk like this? I played it for the first time myself last year, or I guess played it all the way through. Oh. I don't like the horse. Why do you walk like that? I don't know. I like the GameCube version more, but the Swift Sail in the HD version and the Triforce Quest is better in the HD version. It's easier. Wind Waker's my favorite game of all time. Lead us into performance. Our little troupe must play with all the heart we can for the Great Fairy. I'm gonna replay it in January. I didn't save my VODs from when I played it last year, so I need to replay it. I like Ocarina of Time. It was pretty high on my list, but then a few games bumped it down. Ocarina of Time is number 7 on my list out of 16 of Zelda games. Yes, I started last January. I was supposed to play them in release order this year, but I gave up. After Zelda 2, I was like, I don't want to play Zelda anymore for a while, so I stopped playing them. Behold, Violin, the Great Fairy, graces us with her presence. My ranking? A number 1, Wind Waker. Number 2, Spirit Tracks. Number 3, Phantom Hourglass. Number 4, Minish Cap. Number 5, Echoes of Wisdom. Number 6, Twilight Princess HD specifically, because that's what I played. Number 7, Ocarina of Time. Number 8, Breath of the Wild. 9, Skyward Sword. 10, Oracle of Ages. 11, Majora's Mask. 12, Oracle of Seasons. 13, Zelda 1. 14, Wii U Hyrule Warriors, which honestly probably shouldn't even be on here, but number 15, Link's Awakening, and number 16, Zelda 2, and Four Swords is unranked because it's so short. Truly divine. I think, I don't know, I told someone my top 3 Zelda games, and they kind of reacted weird. Like, I told someone that was streaming, and they were like, why are those your favorite? Also, my nose is running. 1 second. I love those games. That's why I bought my Wii U. Well, look at this. You really helped out here, partner. I flew here as fast as I could when I saw the bud opening up. Oh, I'm not ashamed. I just think it's, like, I don't know. Nobody likes those games. Spirit Tracks, I love their, like, facial expressions. They're so expressive in those games, and the cutscenes are so good. And the items are, like, different and fun, and I like that it's, like, touchscreen and just different. I don't know. So this is a great fairy. I couldn't resist coming out to bask in your beautiful music. Now that I'm outside, I see that the world is not at all how Princess Zelda described it to me. She warned me that an awful gloom was spreading over the land and that the world would soon be lost to monsters. I hid myself away. But now that I look back on it, while Princess Zelda was speaking to me, I had the feeling something wasn't right. In the deep dark of that night, I couldn't see her face clearly. Maybe it was someone else entirely. You didn't love Phantom Hourglass? Was it the dungeon you have to do over and over again, or was it something else? I liked it a lot more the second time because it was just easier because I knew what I was doing. So, she looked like Princess Zelda, but wasn't Princess Zelda. I don't like the sound of that at all. I think our reporting work might be taking a darker turn here. On the bright side, the Great Fairy is out of hiding, and that's a big scoop. I've got to take wing and get this news written up for the newspaper. Also, did you like Lineback? Because he's my favorite. Oh, that's right. This was your first job, wasn't it? Partner, you did quite well to get such results on your first time out. Why, I'm feeling a little proud myself. Here's the start to the old nest egg. Thank you. As you take on more stories, your base pay will obviously increase, and there are bonuses, of course. Keep up the good work. Okay, I'm going to take this story and head back. This article will keep readers hanging on to every word. So long. There's a clip of me accidentally stepping into the blue light, like, mid-dungeon. And I was like, oh my god, I just fucked up. Because I didn't know you were supposed to put the things in a certain order. I had to redo the whole thing. They didn't enhance or change any of the combat? Interesting. I thought it was funny. It didn't upset me too much. I just thought it was funny. The weapons do break too fast. I agree with that. Mastro, I thought the rest of our musicians left the troupe because they didn't like how I played my violin. Violin? That wasn't it at all. Why, you moved the heart of the Great Fairy herself with your violin. Your playing is impeccable. I guess I really did do that, didn't I? I've heard the other Great Fairies also were hiding away in their buds. I bet if we, play music for them, that'd cheer them up too. A brilliant idea, and you know what that calls for? Reuniting our troupe. The Stable Trotters. Thank you for helping us get here, it means a lot to me. We're a troupe of 2 for now, but oh, just you wait. I just know we'll get the other musicians back with us somehow. I like the bosses in this game. The bosses in Breath of the Wild are like the same thing. Now that that's decided, we should get ready for our journey, Violin. Let's hurry to the other Great Fairies and bring them out of hiding. You try to finish it before you went to bed. I was about to return to my spring and its sweet serenity when I heard those 2 mention my sisters. There are 4 of us across this land, you know. You'll find my sisters in their flower buds. They're as scared as I was to come out of hiding. Oh, thank you. Misha is near the stable in Hebra. Kesa is near a stable in Hyrule Field. Kotera is near the stable in West Necluda. I've been worried about her safety, but after hearing the musical troupe, I feel much better. May I ask, if you find the other buds, could you talk to my sisters? Oh, and while you're here, how about I enhance your clothes for you? With the power available to me, I should be able to enhance away. I guess you could do this. I wear those a lot. My favorite, is it Phantom Hourglass? Is the Gleeox in Phantom Hourglass, right? Is it when you have to do the thingy with the tightrope thing? That boss is so fun. Can I just enhance everything? Wait, let me do what I'm wearing. What did you play Phantom Hourglass on? Did you play it on the DS or did you emulate it, or... I played it on the Wii U. I'm just gonna enhance everything. I have Spirit Tracks for the DS, I just don't know where it is. But I don't have Phantom Hourglass. Thank you. Hi. Well, it's good I unlocked this. I mean, I wasn't even trying to do it. I knew I needed to, but I kind of just walked into it. That's good. There's no fairies around her, though. I'll have the map open. Not official hardware. So I assume that there were things that you couldn't do, like how the game was meant to be played. Like, was it not touchscreen? I can't imagine not playing that game with touchscreen. Why did I open my notes app? With your mouse? I feel like that would be a lot harder. I mean, some of the things that you can do are already hard enough, like the rolling and stuff. That's hard with a touchscreen. Oh. Can you make emulators use your microphone? Because the Spirit Tracks, you need your microphone. Rolling's impossible with the touchscreen, too. That's the one complaint I have about that game. Oh, my thing broke. The cutscenes, the story. I don't want to spoil it. Zelda? I'll just say Zelda. I missed. That's beautiful. Okay. I think it's needed a lot more in Spirit Tracks, if I remember correctly. Someone's chasing me. I also played some of Spirit Tracks when I was younger, so it might also be nostalgia. Because I tell this all the time, the story. In middle school, someone asked me if I wanted to trade my copy of Scribblenauts for their copy of Spirit Tracks, and I was like, sure. Because my brother really liked Zelda, and I wanted him to be like, oh, you like Zelda too? So I was like, yeah, sure, whatever. And then I traded him, and he was like, you just made the worst trade you could have ever made. Is that my horse? No, I don't. Where'd my horse go? but he was wrong. I love that game. And I hate Scribblenauts. I don't hate it, but I don't know how to play it. I don't really understand it. Thank you for following. I tried to play Scribblenauts a few months ago on my Thor, and I just can't get into it. I don't know what it is. I couldn't, like, get out of one of the worlds, even though it seemed like I did everything. I couldn't figure it out. I don't know. What is that up there? Oh, it's the big fat guy. Going the wrong way. I still have a copy of Spirit Tracks somewhere, but I don't think it's in my apartment. We went to a retro gaming store a couple months ago, and they had graded versions, slabbed, I don't know terms, of Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks, and they were like $1,000. Like, I didn't know such unpopular games could be so expensive. I feel like if I bought them, I would free them from their jail so I could play them. That's not what I wanted. You know it, game. That's not what I want! Is that one not on NSO already? I don't know which ones are. I think that's just beautiful. I gave it a little door by accident. Oh, I don't know if I can get this around him. Oh, then that's the one I played. I played it on NSO.
Ah! Hmm? Ah!
That's crazy. Why did it fall that way? I need to be able to see. Oh my god. I keep hitting him. I'm so sorry. Let me get another thing. That kind of surprises me. I feel like, I don't know, when I was in school, you know, the 3DS was popular. And everyone had one. And from the games we played, you only needed one copy of them. So we got to play a lot of multiplayer games. I had a Game Boy, but I was very young. It didn't fall. He's lying. It did not fall. The amount of times you've let it fall and given it to me, you don't want to do that now? What the heck? I don't understand how it even fell.
Ah.
Can you not bother me? Can you let me talk to you because it didn't fall? Okay. I have 13% of Addison's stuff done. Where is he? I barely see him. He must be all over the place and I'm just blind. There's a Korok possibly under here. I don't see it. Oh, he's right here. So cute. I love how they all have different designs. And different colors. I love Koroks. I have a plushie of Makar. I've been thinking about turning my desk around so you can see my shelf again. But, I don't know. I kind of like having the background just be a wall behind me. It's very ugly though. My desk is literally in the middle of my living room. You can see all the cables and stuff. It's horrible. Can I use a golden apple? I have apples. I took your apple, sorry. You're not in the streets. Oh, that one's cute. I'm having a great time searching for Koroks. I never thought I'd actually enjoy this. The app definitely helped, though. I wouldn't want to do this without the app. Oh, there's a traveling Korok. Haven't done one of these today. Is this all... Do I have to cross the water? I think I might. I'm gonna build a car, though. Do I need a fan? I don't have any fans. Why does that always happen? Can I use this without a fan? No. Okay, well I just wasted that. That's beautiful. I'll just carry you. With the car. When I was in school, we played a lot of Mario 64, like the multiplayer where you like chase each other. I can't remember exactly what you do. Not the keys, go away. I've been thinking about playing Mario 64 on my store at some point, so I can get the little mini games unlocked, because I think you need to beat the game to get them all, or something. So many crabs I could be picking up and cooking. I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know where your friend went. Can I talk to you? Oh, I'm going in a big circle, okay. I need to go to the bubblegum machines and get more fans. How did I run out of fans? Great, there's enemies everywhere. The way that I cannot shoot this. Why'd you go over here? Your friend hit you, that wasn't me. I kind of need to go that way, I think. Okay. Oh my god. This is horrible. This poor guy's gonna be terrified the entire time I'm carrying him through here. Never mind. I thought I had to walk a little bit further through. It might- wait, I don't want to electrocute the Korok. Stop. Cancel. Come here. I don't know if that would have electrocuted him, but I don't want to risk it. I love how I always end up building something for these guys and then it never works, and then I end up carrying it around. I'm gonna go around this way. Oh my god. As long as they're not coming for me, it doesn't matter. I don't know why they didn't come for me though. Bye. I'm on Merkay Island. I'm gonna go to Linebeck Island. Why did they just give him an island? They could have put him in this game. There are so many characters in this game. Linebeck could have made an appearance. Hey. Get off Linebeck's Island. Why'd they make it full of monsters? They really just named an island after him and there's nothing going on here. Literally nothing happening. That's so disrespectful. They gave him a big tree and called it a day. I didn't want to do that. The Korok is under me. Yahaha. Hi Sphinx, how are you? Is that a Lionel? I'm scared. I don't think I've ever fought one of these before. I love the question mark just getting more and more angry. Oh, I have to fight Lionels to 100% the game? Why? That is so nasty. Come here. Oh, he's got an arrow too. It's beautiful. Ah! No! Oh, he got me. He's just dragging me around. That's crazy. Did that even hit him? I'm scared. There's no way. How do I run from him? That's crazy. Okay. I'm not ready for that. Apparently. That was the first time I died today, though, so that's good. I usually die like 10 times per stream. I'm not gonna walk that way. Kind of needed to though, because I was trying to find some Koroks. Let me go, here, I think. I think that's where the machine is, because I marked it. I just need some fans, so hopefully this one gives fans. I just want to have them on hand, because I do use them a lot. No fans. Ooh, I got one. Can I get some more? Please? Thank you. Someone gave me a bunch of them. Is that a shrine I haven't done? I don't know. It's glowing, so I assume it is. Voice memory.
We intended for this airfield to allow easy transportation of goods between Sky Islands. While I hoped the people of Hyrule would make use of it, the flying machines proved challenging to control. I once sought to join Sonia while she practiced with one, but a construct stopped me, insisting that the devices are limited to one rider.
I feel like you could have more than one person on this. Maybe I shouldn't have jumped. My app broke again. There's a Korok over here. Oh no, not again. I'm just destroying things with these planes. Okay, I have to find it myself because my app is frozen. Hey. Wait, a voice memory.
The Temple of Time is a bell tower and faithful timekeeper, as well as a spiritual center of this land. It was constructed in a traditional Zonai architectural style that extends both up into the sky and down into the ground. It was believed in ancient times that such a design could pierce through evil.
And that completely turned my app black. Glad the voice notes are still working though. I don't see anything that could be a Korok. think it's like actually in there. I'm gonna snooze my ads. Like right here somewhere. With that? It says proceed downward. Maybe it was under there. What do you mean? Now it says downward again. Oh, it's right there. I'm blind. Ahaha. There's a bunch of shrines up here that I haven't done. Not on this specific piece of land, though. I don't know why that source is 0. I apologize. I made it, so I tried my best. Yahaha. I don't know why I never come up here. There's not too much going on up here. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Close to another cool rock. Kind of. Maybe it's a little further than I thought. Is it that rock right there? Just sitting on the middle of something? Yes, it is. Now the other Koroks up here are pretty far away. Danger. Oh, Voice memory.
Our culinary constructs were knowledge of both cooking meals
Open
and
notification.
concocting medicines. Though they have no taste buds, they learn to mimic the movements we make when tasting food. Even my sister, who gifted them with the ability to learn in the first place, was surprised by what they gleaned through simple observation.
My next batch will also be tasty. Pardon me for not noticing you. I was absorbed in preparing my next meal. I do not recall having seen you before today. I must doubly apologize for my inattentiveness. It is the duty of a construct to field any questions that those such as yourself may have. You may pose these questions to any construct. Okay, thank you. Educate me. Okay, I know how to cook. It's fine. Do I have a big weapon? While I'm breaking things, I can use my guardian. My only amiibo. My only physical amiibo, I should say. I have ways to get amiibos. I don't want that. Okay. I guess Link wanted it. I need to bring my amiibo in here. I don't know why I don't have it in here. Oh, great. Stop moving. Stop climbing. Oh, hey. I grabbed that. It looks like I need to fix that. Is he in this tree? He is in the tree. These ones are pretty easy to find, probably because this is the beginning of the game. I think he's in here. I'm gonna blow myself up. Or not, okay. Haha. I'm sorry. Are they down here? Is there something under me? Hi, Simplexus. How are you? There is stuff under me. I don't know if that's where it wants me to go. I'll take their treasure. I'm looking for Koroks. Why did that not kill me? That's crazy. Okay. I found a lot today. I'm at 9% on hidden Koroks. Didn't really make a dent in it, but I found a lot. I'm still at 28% overall completion. I can't, okay. Let me grab it. Link's gonna fall. This is so rude. I'm gonna make this. Go, Link. Thank you. I'm at 15% on the traveling ones. I feel like that's a good number. So I only have the hidden ones on my map right now. If I do a traveling Korok, I honestly just happened upon it. Thank you. You found all of them? I would like to do that. I think that would probably take me all year. Not the rest of the year, a whole year. I don't know where the heck these two are. Hello. Oh, voice memory.
This is known as a Zonai device dispenser. But the concept of leaving things to chance is not one often seen in our civilization. I myself believe that it was originally created with a different purpose. Maybe it was used for entertainment. Or maybe it was not even originally made by the Zonai. The ways of our ancestors are sometimes unclear, but they are also interesting puzzles to unravel.
It's so funny getting all these things I should have heard at the beginning of the game. Do I even have any more? I do. Does this one give fans? Yeah, it does. I have 7. Oh, hey. I'm gonna make a bridge. It does not want to let me do what I want to do. Okay, my ads are gonna run. I've snoozed them the entire 15 minutes if I can. Link, please. Oh, great. Is this not gonna sit where I want it to sit? I do like Korok hunting. I do hope I can find them all at some point. No. I hate when I build stuff and it just wants to spin. Stop. Okay. I need something else. Huh? Oh, I could have just used that. How did my what? My 2? Oh, I don't know. I put it there? No. Why would I put that on the floor? Please don't move. Okay, it's gonna fall. Somehow that attached the boxes. Oh my god, this is a disaster. It broke the box. I needed that. Okay, well, I'm gonna use these. I tried to do it the hard way. I'll do it the easy way. I love making things more complicated. Hello? Hello? Why can't I move this? Hello? What are you stuck on? He's holding it down. Oh. What a fatty. It's his big backpack. He is prepared with this weapon. I want to grab the Korok, please. Thank you. Why the long face? Reunited. I love those ones. Can I walk up this? I tried to do this in a shrine because I saw someone else do it and I could not do it. I'm on the wrong side. Dang it. I could not stay on this. And they had to jump too. Oh my god, I can't do it. I'm afraid to move. Link. I panicked. I made it pretty far though. Huh? Good enough. True. I made it far enough to grab the ball. Portable pot is so silly because you can only use it once. Okay. Wait, I'm close to a Korok. What? Why would I be cupidity? Who's cupidity? I don't know who that is. I've never heard that name. Thank you for lurking. I've been so good at these block ones today. I'm usually so bad at flipping them the right way. Like, I know which way they go, but I can't process it in my head. There's one this way. Not that way, this way. This way? That way. Somewhere in this area. That's a cute emote. I've been wanting to play Animal Crossing. I haven't played it in so long. Are you in the street? You're not in the street. Dang it. I got him. That just blew up whatever was in there, I think. I don't know where this Korok is. What is he doing? I don't know where this Korok is. He's extra hidden. Confused. I don't know. Not the keys. Hopefully I can find this next one. I'll have to come back for the other one. And the other two that I couldn't find. Can I climb this? No. Can I ascend? No. Don't I have like sticky potion or something? Can I use that? No. What is the slip resistance for? I've tried to use it on rain. I'm trying to use it on this. Oh my god, Link. This is horrible. Why can he run sometimes, but sometimes he can't? Here we go. Had to be stubborn with it. Hey, Rock. Where are you? Are you up here? Aw, so cute. I like that one. Okay, I think that's gonna be my last Korok, because I'm starting to feel sick. My head hurts. Who's on? I'm gonna rate Momo. Momo's playing Xenoblade 2. I still haven't fixed that. It's been a whole... When did I change my username? 3 weeks ago? It's been 3 weeks. I gotta get it together. Hold on. But Momo is currently doing a donathon for his PlayStation, I think. I think the HDMI on his PlayStation broke, so let's go support Momo. And I will see you guys tomorrow with Final Fantasy VII, and I'll be back on this on Thursday. Have a good night. See you tomorrow. Bye!